It's time to own your money.
The best transition period in college basketball history is over, and the St. Thomas men's basketball team is eligible for the NCAA tournament after an undefeated season at home, their second consecutive 20-win season, and their first conference championship game appearance. The future is bright, and the future is now. St. Thomas basketball in the brand new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena. Tickets at TommySports.com.
And St. Thomas, well, for the Coyotes, if there's one thing that has stayed similar all year long, it's their starting lineup. Crawford, Bunton, Anderson, Bruns, and Fens. Those are the usual suspects. However, the roster has certainly changed, Grant, most recently today for South Dakota.
Yeah, South Dakota bringing in 2 new players to their roster. We'll see if they get in tonight, but a moving lineup for the Coyotes.
Things stay the same as well for St. Thomas and their starting lineup. Noah Minasali comes in, ranked number 3 in all of college basketball in total points. Hero, Janowski, Bjerke, and Osterbahn surround him. What a game it was on Sunday for Ben Osterbahn. 4 threes against Denver after having just 1 triple in his previous 4 games.
Yeah, St. Thomas will take that addition to the game. If Osterbahn can stretch the 4 like he did last time out, that provides so many more avenues for the St. Thomas offense.
Year number 4 for Eric Peterson after serving on Craig Smith's staff at both Utah State and Utah. Again, going through all kinds of injury concerns, especially this week. However, he's done a nice job with the Coyotes, and one of the newest members of the 300 wing club at St. Thomas, Johnny Tower, year number 15 as the head coach, picked up that 300th win on the road at UNC Asheville, and there's the clip in the locker room. Pretty cool for Coach Tower.
So exciting to get a big win like that, a milestone.
We are ready to roll. Kelly Pfeiffer, Mike Littlewood, Rob Kaneman, your referee crew. South Dakota in the black and red accessories. St. Thomas in the white and purple. Good to have you with us from Lee and Penny Anderson Arena. Again with Grant, I'm Brendan, and our terrific crew with you on Fox 9 and the Summit League Network. Both teams have played 1 conference game. South Dakota losing to North Dakota State on New Year's Eve, so they are the more rested squad. And as mentioned, the Tommies off that win over Denver on Sunday, which did go down to the wire. Credit the Pioneers as Bruns puts up the first shot of the game, and no surprise, Isaac Bruns, 4th in the country in total points, is going to open things tonight. Osterbahn, though, the lay-in. How do you expect this one to go?
It's going to be back and forth. Of course, you mentioned the 3rd and 4th leading scorers in the nation. It's going to be a battle to get buckets today.
The freshman, Uzziah Button, one of the youngest players on this South Dakota roster. This is a 7-footer Fens. The handoff to Button, and this is where Fens can really own things tonight. He's the tallest player on the floor, but turn it over on the active hand by Minasali. Here he comes downhill, but he missed the runner, wanted the foul. Bruns for 3, and Bruns starts hot. Isaac Bruns had a career-high 29 points against Prairie View A&M shortly before the new year. This is a guy that can score.
Yeah, Bruns can get it from everywhere on the floor. St. Thomas will have to have aggressive closeout, get a hand in his face.
So already much different of a game from Sunday for St. Thomas. Bjerke nails it down on the 3. St. Thomas was really able to lock down Carson Johnson, Denver's leading scorer on Sunday. So far, Bruns has all 5 points as we're squared at 5 each after the Bjerke 3. More on that Bjerke triple in a moment. As Button has got Hero right on his tail. You can make an argument Austin Hero had his best game as a Tommy on Sunday against Denver. And he might have got a piece of that. It went off of Button last. Back to Carter Bjerke. 27 out of 48 from 3 in his last 10 games.
Yeah, Bjerke's such a valuable asset to the offense, shooting from the top of the key so many times. He can stretch the floor against a big defender like Fens tonight. Let's see if he makes the most of that chance.
Had a chance to talk with Johnny Tower yesterday and was discussing the matchup down low, which again you see at the 5. Bjerke, unfortunately for St. Thomas, threw it away, and that's going to go over and back. And Coach Tower put it as, you know, Fens is a guy that's a huge part of the South Dakota attack. He can impact not only his man, but shots on the floor. And Coach saying the tipping point of the game could be either Bjerke having his way outside or Fens dominating down low.
Two bigs with very different styles. Will be interesting to see how they match up.
Anderson nearly traveled with that. He got it away to Crawford at the last moment. Transfer from Eastern Kentucky. Tried to feed Fens. No dice. St. Thomas basketball.
You know, it's tough to find guys like Fens. When you got a player that tall, you really have to have the ball in a perfect spot for him to recover and go up.
Hero with a career-high 15 in that win over Denver. He did it all over the floor, though. Nice cut by Janowski off a career high for himself at 31. (7-5) early. Oh, that's tipped by Minnesali. Now 2-on-1 the other way. Janowski, but a good fingertip away by Bruns to prevent the fast break score.
Well, I think we're seeing active hands by both squads already. You see that deflection out of play right after Minnesali takes the ball away. Be interesting to see how that develops.
Give and go, Minnesali with it. And now Bjerke from the corner. It's difficult for Fens to get to the outside post.
And Bjerke, if he doesn't take those threes, can drive right past Fens. Fens has to make a decision. That's a tough thing to do.
2 quick threes for Carter Bjerke, who again shooting it at 56% plus from 3 over his last 10. Could be a huge part of this game, that matchup at the 5. But also, how about Bruns trying to vouch for his 7th point? A Tommy is down, and that is Bjerke. And the whistle will go, just as we highlighted, Grant. The key matchup at the 5, Bjerke hits the floor.
Yeah, Bjerke took the worst of that one, staying down in the paint on that end. Hope he's doing all right.
St. Thomas bench watches as Bjerke gets to his feet. Maybe one of those things where he just got the wind knocked out of him. Here you go.
Oh,
Ooh.
boy. You see that elbow from Fens come down and hit Bjerke across the face, Brendan.
Well, Bjerke's going to head to the locker room, and boy, that's a key detail early in this one, Grant.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for St. Thomas. Bjerke is their biggest player, and he's not exactly big for a 5, right? Fens is a really towering guy.
7 foot.
Thomas is going to have to match up somehow with him.
Yeah, again, Fens the tallest player on the floor, so Eric Peterson would imagine going to draw up some stuff for his big man. It'll be Isaiah Johnson-Arrigu to check in for St. Thomas, celebrating his birthday today, by the way.
So we'll see this look from St. Thomas, 4 forwards and then Hero, the guard, how they'll try to spread the floor, I think, get away from Fens inside and work that way offensively.
Johnny Tower, just talking to the referee crew, would imagine he was asking them to look for a flagrant, which they did not review. So no flagrant review for now. Bjerke in the locker room, and this small lineup for St. Thomas that South Dakota tries to take advantage of. This is the 5 right now. Fens versus Johnson-Arrigu. Meanwhile, to the top leading scorers in college basketball, Bruns and Minnesali. It was the switch as Kaiser took him. Now Johnson-Arrigu in the corner. And I'll tell you what, if St. Thomas's quote-unquote setters are going to keep hitting threes, that'll work well for the Tommies tonight.
Johnson-Arrigu picks up right where Bjerke left off, making a corner triple.
That seems to be the point of attack, at least so far, against that 7-footer Fens. 13-5, it's a run for St. Thomas, 11-0. The freshman Button for Kaiser, no good. South Dakota battling injuries. It is a thin bench as Janowski can't rip it from 3. Bruns has got all 5 Coyote points. Ethan Kaiser, transfer from South Alabama. And this is one of the newest Coyotes now on the floor as Trent Hudgens, it fell out of his hands and it's going the other way. Trent Hudgens literally added to the South Dakota roster today. We're back next.
At Supply Chain Solutions, our employees are our true value.
In the heart of the ever-changing supply chain industry, we know it's our team that propels us forward.
As a proud partner of Tommy Athletics, we're excited to welcome St. Thomas students into our family.
At Supply Chain Solutions, we're more than just colleagues.
Working together and celebrating together is our recipe for excellence.
Join our team and discover a rewarding journey together.
3, 2, 1, go.
This is Scout Mason. Alongside of me is Sophie Camilli, Division I Sports.
Ready, replay, effect, rolling.
Division I Opportunity. The lob to Parker Bjorklund. My goodness!
St. Thomas built. Student sustained.
There's never been a better time to be a Tommy. Tap into your potential with Tommy Athletic Productions.
You own the groove. But have you ever thought, who owns your money? At Wings Credit Union, you own it. Unlike banks where you're a customer, here you're an owner. So profits help you and the community around you. That means things like high-yield checking accounts, savings accounts, and certificates. It's time to own your money.
The best transition period in college basketball history is over, and the St. Thomas men's basketball team is eligible for the NCAA tournament after an undefeated season at home, their second consecutive 20-win season, and their first conference championship game appearance. The future is bright, and the future is now. St. Thomas basketball in the brand new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena. Tickets at TommySports.com.
South Dakota and St. Thomas, still a relatively new matchup here in Summit League play, just the 9th all-time meeting. South Dakota got off to a great start in this series, winning 4 straight before the two squads have split the last 2 years. But this series has featured already an overtime game. Here at St. Thomas last season, both teams had 100+, so got the makings for a good one tonight.
Yeah, it's a fun matchup. You talked about how South Dakota kind of dominated early, then the split the last 2 years. St. Thomas probably looking to take both this year against the Yotes, but it's a tough thing to do.
So interesting here out of the under 16. Both teams going with small lineups. South Dakota out of choice as Janowski in the lane draws contact. And St. Thomas really out of necessity, considering before the break, Carter Bjorky going down with an injury. He's back in the locker room right now. And Cameron Fens, the big 7-footer for South Dakota, who really was unable to defend the corner threes that St. Thomas was utilizing, finds his way on the bench.
Yeah, Fens isn't going to be much of an impact player for the Yotes if he can't get out and get a hand up in those shooters' faces. St. Thomas can capitalize with him on the floor by stretching it out.
Free throws for Janowski, who had a career-high 31 on Sunday over Denver. Of note, South Dakota had 2 new players added to their roster today. With the ball right now, Silas Benian, transfer from Division II University of Jamestown, as well as Trent Hudgens. This is Crawford letting it go, and he is one of their usual suspects. He's been in the starting lineup all season. Important shot for the Coyotes to get them back on track. Dufault takes it downhill, and open Janowski takes the extra pass to Johnson Arrigu, and what a beautiful pass by Janowski. Johnson Arrigu on his birthday is 2 for 2 from deep. But both new players, Grant, Hudgens and Benian, on the floor right now for South Dakota. Kaiser nails the 3. Not sure if I've seen anything like this. 2 players added today.
You got to get acclimated fast. The Yotes are running these guys real early.
And again, they've struggled with injury all year long. Johnson Arrigu frees himself in space, just can't finish. Coleman battles for the rebound, and then a loose ball foul. First foul on the Tommies. Good to see Carter Bjorky back into the game.
Yeah, you love to see that. He took that elbow to the face earlier. Dufault's going to get called for a foul here. I think just getting a little too aggressive going for that basketball.
Well, getting Bjorky back big, not just for the lineup for St. Thomas, but he hit 2 early threes. And hopefully the trip to the locker room for Bjorky did not kill any momentum. Crawford, the transfer from Eastern Kentucky, to Bruns, who draws contact at the free throw line. Johnson Arigu bumped him.
Bruns had those early 5 points, Brendan. Hasn't done much since. Now has a chance to get to the line. Well, rather there'll be a baseline inbound, but good job on him for drawing a foul, continuing to be aggressive.
Well, and when Bruns does get to the free throw line, he gets there often. He's second in the nation in total free throw attempts. He's a guy that does his job at the charity stripe, a lot of times finishing plus fouls. That'll hop out of bounds. Last touching Crawford. Well, now that Bjerke's back onto the floor, it's the smaller Kaiser on him now. So you wonder if Kaiser might be able to do a better job of getting along the perimeter to defend three-point attempts. Minasali carves his way in and scores off the glass. Nolan Minasali his first points after a very rare, quiet game on Sunday, the first time he's been held under double figures this season. Kaiser can't answer on the three. Crawford digests the rebound, and Button able to nail the triple. Uzziah Button, the freshman from Round Rock, Texas. Key part of the South Dakota attack this year. 6-point game, creeping towards the under 12. Johnson Arigu, the quick post move, needs some help. Finds it himself with a nice pivot foot.
Yeah, I liked how he used the turn twice there before going up with his right hand, getting the bucket off glass.
Bruns kicks in the corner. Kaiser and the new man Hudgens. Long three for Crawford. Tough shot. Bjerke pulls down the board. Trent Hudgens, a grad student from Phoenix. Last played at Arizona Christian. Jermaine Coleman under the basket and lays it in. Hudgens will inbound. Before that, he was at Northern Colorado and Santa Clara. And again, now listed as a grad student, his 5th year of eligibility. The other way, Minasali Euro step. Hudgens fouled him.
Another example of Minasali being active near half court, getting that steal.
That takes us into a media timeout. St. Thomas up 10 in St. Paul.
Twin Cities Orthopedics is ready to go with more doctors, specialty services, and convenient urgent care locations. Ready, set, TCO.
The newest venue in the Twin Cities is off and running, but Lee and Penny Anderson Arena is not just home to Tommy basketball. From commencements to concerts to company outings, Lee and Penny could be home to your event. Find the intimate atmosphere of a club space or host hundreds to thousands in the main bowl. Dinners, galas, fundraisers, all come to life on the scenic St. Thomas campus. Call 651-962-7960 to learn more about the brand new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena.
Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new Chevrolet Silverado 1500s. Mauer Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. See dealer for complete details. Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, qualified buyers can lease a 2026 Equinox for only $399 a month. Mauer Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. First payment, tax, title, and license due at signing. See dealer for details.
The best transition period in college basketball history is over, and the St. Thomas men's basketball team is eligible for the NCAA tournament after an undefeated season at home, their second consecutive 20-win season, and their first conference championship game appearance. The future is bright, and the future is now. St. Thomas basketball in the brand new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena. Tickets at TommySports.com.
10-point lead for St. Thomas here at the under 12 timeout. The Tommies have shot the ball well, Grant Bowman. 4 of 5 so far from outside, and in the game, 9 of 12 on field goals.
Yeah, neither of these teams have been scared at shooting the ball from beyond the arc. both with 4 makes, but yeah, St. Thomas 80% from beyond the arc.
Still, South Dakota's hanging in there. They're 4 of 7 along the perimeter so far. St. Thomas in search of continuing their longest active home win streak in the nation, 26 in a row.
It's going to be a really tough streak, I think, to keep up as this tough conference schedule continues to go.
It is unforgiving at times, no matter what league you play in, but especially in a bid or in a league like the Summit League where there is one bid and so many teams just clawing, trying to get there. Four points for Minnesali. That's as many as he had on Sunday, but seems to be getting back on track today. Came up hobbling in Sunday's game, looked uncomfortable, went through pregame today, and after a lower body injury was cleared to go. Seems to be back to his normal self. Fens back in for South Dakota, and this was the matchup we highlighted early. Fens versus Bjerke. The 7-footer takes it inside, and good defense by Bjerke. I guess that was the question heading in. How could Bjerke defend Fens in the post? And at least so far, pretty well.
Yeah, it's really tough for Bjerke, but he's going to do a good job if he continues to get the ball.
Minnesali on the cut. Here comes Nolan Minnesali, one of 6 players in college basketball at 20 points per game, 4 assists per contest, and a 2.0 assist to turnover ratio. Bruns trying to answer, wild shot. Foul will go on Minnesali as he kind of pulled in Bruns in the lane.
Yeah, you see Bruns kind of lost his footing. It's because Minnesali used that left arm to pull Bruns towards the baseline, fouling him in the process.
Fens kicks for Anderson, who is playing with an injury we were told pregame. Fens this time able to teardrop it in. The senior from Dubuque, Iowa. Fens started his career at UIC in the Missouri Valley before coming to South Dakota a year ago. Year number 2 as a Coyote. Hero sets for Minnesali, and now Minnesali directing traffic. He wants it himself, and here he comes against Crawford. Had it partially tipped, lost it, and then the foul comes in at the last moment.
Minnesali does such a good job night in and night out working his way to the free throw line. You see as he bully balls inside, using that off arm, but then getting fouled on the outside, making his way to the free throw line.
Talking to Johnny Tower yesterday, I asked him, what do you say to a guy with as much star power as this guy after a time struggling for the first time in a season? He said, well, obviously you talk to him, but you also got to remind him, hey, how many times have you picked us up this year? How many times have you saved us in games? Not just that 3-quarter court shot to beat Northern Colorado back during Feast Week, but just what he has done this season at a career-high 32 against Weber State about a month ago. And it's going to happen for anybody, especially a guy, you got to remind yourself, Minnesali is still just a sophomore.
And this is a good roster from the top to the bottom. We saw Osterbahn step up, hit those 4 threes. If Minnesali can't perform at the top level, he knows his guys have his back.
Had a competitive start. St. Thomas on a 9-0 run, or marking an 8-2 run. And Fens able to get his 2nd consecutive bucket. That's the guy they need to get cooking, Cameron Fens. And once again, Bjerke out of the game, so Johnson Arrigu has that matchup. The elusive Johnson Arrigu gave it up, and he's got it again. Osterbahn now. Osterbahn the drive, kick out Coleman. And the ball's got butter all over it. Runs on the 3, left it short. Coleman the rebound. That's probably a shot Osterbahn wants to put up on the layup.
Yeah, you want to get that ball up instead of trying to swing it around.
Johnson Arrigu slams it. He had a monster jam on Sunday against Denver on a fast break attempt. Jermaine Coleman as well. Coleman and Johnson Arrigu finding themselves on the floor together. That's been a tandem that Johnny Tower has used a lot. And Coleman says no, but a foul.
Yeah, this one's going to go on Osterbahn, Brendan.
Yeah, Coleman knew he had a clean block, but I think more so Jermaine wanted that block to count. It will not.
Osterbahn just pushes off with that left hand. Such a clean block by Coleman, just won't stand.
Isaac Bruns, second in the Summit League in scoring. Not many guys get to the charity stripe more in the country than Bruns. Number 2 in all the college hoops and free throw makes. And he is a terrific foul shooter, 85%. South Dakota just trying to stay in it here. They are clawing to make sure that St. Thomas does not run away with this first half, at least so far, though. Tommies have played good ball, 11 of 15 from the field on shots like this, but Minnesali misses the close one. Dufault skies for the rebound, and he puts it back. Boy, one of the shortest guys on the floor leaps up the tallest.
Those are the possessions you need. Dufault earns those 2 points for the Tommies.
St. Thomas, that Denver win highlighted by a season high in offensive rebounds with 16. That's a huge one there. Bruns scraped the iron. And Minnesali now comes back with some speed. Coleman on the shot fake. Right back to Minnesali. Spinorama, pivot, but no score. This is the new guy, Hudgens. And Button on the 3, drills it again. How impressive has Uzziah Button been this year? 10 points per game in his freshman campaign, relied upon in a starting role. He has been outstanding, especially from 3, 40% on the year. Dufault. Nice cut, assist to Minnesali.
I like the patience from Minnesali, just waiting for a cut to come. Dufault was wide open under the basket.
This has been incredible. Minnesali already with 7 assists in the game. And he'll look for more at the under 8. Minnesali as well, 4 steals and 8 points. Tommy's rolling.
Twin Cities Orthopedics is ready to go with more doctors, specialty services, and convenient urgent care locations. Ready, set, TCO.
The newest venue in the Twin Cities is off and running, but Lee and Penny Anderson Arena is not just home to Tommy basketball, huh? From commencements to concerts to company outings, Lee and Penny could be home to your event. Find the intimate atmosphere of a club space or host hundreds to thousands in the main bowl. Dinners, galas, fundraisers, all come to life on the scenic St. Thomas campus. Call 651-962-7960 to learn more about the brand new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena.
Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new Chevrolet Silverado 1500s. Mauer Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. See dealer for complete details. Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, qualified buyers can lease a 2026 Equinox for only $399 a month. Mauer Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. First payment, tax, title, and license due at signing. See dealer for details.
The best transition period in college basketball history is over, and the St. Thomas men's basketball team is eligible for the NCAA tournament after an undefeated season at home, their second consecutive 20-win season, and their first conference championship game appearance. The future is bright, and the future is now. St. Thomas basketball in the brand new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena. Tickets at TommySports.com.
Well, being number 1 in your conference and number 10 nationally in fewest turnovers per game will help you set a home winning streak for sure, but especially in a building like this. 26 straight W's here at home for St. Thomas Grant Bowman. It's been impressive, longest in the nation, 2 past the Duke Blue Devils.
Yeah, and you know the home arena has changed during that streak, but St. Thomas still defending St. Paul as well as they've done in years past.
Trying to make it 27 here tonight over South Dakota. Challenging games coming up. It is a tough Summit League conference. You saw that in that Denver game on Sunday, 92-88. Denver had multiple leads in that one and shot the ball extremely well. Tonight, it's St. Thomas that has been dynamite shooting the basketball. 68% from the field, 66% from 3. Trying to continue that hot shooting pace. At the under 8 timeout, Janowski off the 31 points on Sunday, lays it in. Janowski with 6. It has been a well-balanced attack already for St. Thomas. 7 different Tommies have scored here in the opening half. Tip pass, Hero down to the floor, takes it away. 3-on-1, Janowski the finish with the right hand. Tic-tac-toe from Bjorky. Johnson Arrigu. And then Janowski.
I like the unselfishness, just finding whoever has the best shot at that transition bucket.
That's something that Johnny Tower also talked about, as Minnesali has got his 5th steal of the game. Behind the back bouncer, Johnson Arrigu. The Tommies getting it how they want. Timeout, South Dakota. 6:01 remaining, and you can make an argument St. Thomas having their best flowing offensive half of the season.
Yeah, and it's going to help when you can get turnovers like the last 2 possessions. Just run in transition, find whoever is open, and the birthday boy gets that last bucket.
Turnovers piling up for South Dakota. They have already turned it over 9 times. They average just 13 per game. But as mentioned, St. Thomas and fewest turnovers per game. So if you start giving it up against this Tommies team, it's probably not going to end well for you.
Yeah, St. Thomas is really good at jumping passes, taking the ball away from players, dribbling near half court, and then turning those turnovers into buckets on the other end. It's such a big bump for the offense.
Shot selection has also been something that Johnny Tower has been happy with recently. Mentioned when I talked to him yesterday of how do you turn good shots into great shots? And a lot of times it's making the extra pass for 3, sure, but it's being patient, turning down a solid shot when you know you can get something better. And South Dakota early on the ropes. They got to find a way to produce something. And they go to their big man, Fens, backing down Bjorky. Bruns pulls up on the short jumper from the elbow. Fens trying to pile drive it home. It's the new man, Bennion, picking it up. And welcome back to college basketball, Silas Bennion, added to the South Dakota roster today after being with Jamestown at D2 a year ago. Bjorky for his 3rd triple of the half. He had the right stroke, just didn't get the roll.
No one will be disappointed with Bjorky taking that shot. We know he can make it. Just continue to put it up.
And he has enjoyed drilling 3s against South Dakota. Hit 6 total in 2 games last year. Fens. Anderson tried to sky for the putback. No dice. 5 to go, first half. Hero. Baseline. Hero had to pick up his dribble. Found an open. Johnson Arrigu. Flush. St. Thomas is 5 of 8 from 3 in the half. They also have 14 assists. Bruns takes it to the hole. Isaac Bruns, he had the first 5 points of the game for South Dakota, up to 9. Janowski, open man, had a 3 opportunity, chose to drive. Crawford on him. Janowski was able to embrace contact. And he'll go back to the free throw line.
I think the contact there went both ways. Maybe Janowski a little lucky that they didn't see that offhand pushing off, but he does get fouled and will head to the line.
Eight points for Janowski. He's got 7 straight games in double figures. And let's see. Bit of a delay before the substitutions. Seems to be some kind of delay. Somebody had blood on their jersey. Janowski at the line. Only 1 game this year out of the 16 he's played. He's been under double digits. What a big get it was for Johnny Tower. Janowski starting his career at Nebraska came in. And Minnesali subs for him. Here's the Minnesali stat line. 8 points, 8 assists, 5 steals. There's 4 minutes left in the first half.
Definitely triple-double watch for Minnesali tonight.
Absolutely. Button threw it away. Benny got a hand on it. And that's the under 4. St. Thomas trying to put their fingerprints to finish one of the best halves of the season they've had all year.
Wings, you're not just a customer, you're a literal owner, meaning profits are reinvested in you and your financial growth. You own your pride. Now own your money.
Football.
Out to the left, and he struts into the end zone. Touchdown.
Basketball.
Minnesota the drive and the flush.
Yearbach made her last one, and she's on fire.
Hockey.
Casey Leyland scores. Berger in the slot, they score!
No matter the sport, no matter the season, the official home of St. Thomas Athletics is Fox 9 Plus, your free ticket to local sports.
Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on a new GMC Sierra 1500. Mauer GMC. We are professional grade. See dealer for complete details. Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $4,000 off MSRP on a new GMC Acadia. Mauer GMC. We are professional grade. See dealer for complete details.
At St. Thomas, we have heart for what we do.
We're working on technology that harvests energy from a beating heart.
To power a device like a pacemaker.
Cutting-edge engineering that might let someone meet their granddaughter.
Or do a cannonball.
But what's even more remarkable, we're not grad students.
We're undergrads.
I'm Amanda.
I'm Austin.
And I'm Malade.
And we're Tommies.
South Dakota on the road. It has been a struggle, especially this season and really in Eric Peterson's tenure. 0-6 on the road this year. However, at home in Vermillion, they've been spectacular. They're 7-2 at home this year. Just been finding it on the road where the Coyotes just have not been able to piece together solid ball games.
You know, you want to work to win at least half of your road games, and you're going to go into some tough gyms. This is one of them. The Coyotes are going to continue to have to come to LPA in years coming, and the Tommies will be waiting for them.
And, you know, the wild part about St. Thomas being up 47-28 here at the under 4 with Grant on Brendan is the fact that South Dakota, they're 6 of 10 from 3 in the game. They are shooting it well, but not as well as St. Thomas has been all game long. Coleman can't continue that, though. Stroke has been there for South Dakota, including for their newest guy, Bennion, who's got the ball against Minnesota. Nice crash. Bruns drew contact. And Bruns, who really embraces that lifestyle. We mentioned he's the number 2 player in all college basketball and getting to the free throw line. He is no stranger to the stripe.
And Bruns earns these trips. You see, as he gets the basketball and drives in, the contact there, earning the trip to the line.
Yeah, no, they're not cheapies. He earns his way here. And a rare miss. Bruns got a younger brother, Luke, who is currently on the roster. He has not played this season. Older brother, Paul, graduated last year, played 3 seasons with the Coyotes after starting his career, respectively, at North Dakota. But Isaac Bruns, he has been the best of the trio. And again, number 4 in all college basketball in points for a reason. Menesali lost his defender. Osterbahn on the cut, beautifully done. 9th assist for Menesali in the game.
And you saw Menesali directing Osterbahn to make that cut. The feed was there, a nice layup.
No, he was basically a crossing guard there, saying go. Runs again to the hole, just can't finish. Boy, again, he is going hard to the floor on these drives.
Menesali was upset with that call. See Bruns drive in. I think that right hand on the back of Bruns is where the call comes. So you see he works his way in, and then the contact down low on the other side of the body.
Also probably frustrating because it's his second. And Janowski will come in for Menesali. Couple for Bruns. As South Dakota just tries to stay in it. You would imagine they're just trying to cut it to 10 here by half. And then worry about the second half after they take a respite. Coleman tried to feed Osterbahn. At last touch to Coyote. St. Thomas basketball. Janowski with 10 in the game, so that marks 8 straight double-figure contests. Lost his man, one more pass. Coleman floats it, and let's see, it's gonna go the other way. Charge taken by the newest Coyote. That's one way to earn your stripes. Benny and hit the deck.
Good job by Benny, and you see he gets set up here outside the restricted zone, and Jermaine Coleman goes flying into him for the charge.
There's probably no better way to earn your keep on a team than coming in taking a charge, right?
Yeah, giving up your body's valuable. Teammates are going to respect you when you do things like that, working for the better of the team.
So the foul went on Coleman, his first. And now some press on the way from UST. Button able to break it pretty easy, but South Dakota turns it over for the 11th time. Again, they average just north of 13 per game.
Yeah, it's really hurting their comeback efforts when you can't get offensive possessions to flow, not finding open shooters and being too aggressive on these passes.
Road environments have been unkind to the Coyotes this year. Hero with Bjerke on the way. Off his career high of 15 on Sunday. Johnson Arrigo with another pretty cut. Johnson Arrigo on his birthday has got 17 on 7 of 8 shooting.
What a first half for him scoring inside. We've seen him hit those 3 threes. Johnson Arrigo making a statement.
His career high is 21, so on watch there. Good defense by Bjerke. And Bjerke to Janowski. The shot fake. Corner 3 just couldn't drop. Osterbahn back and Hudgens for South Dakota. So the two guys that inked their deals today, Hudgens and Benny, and both on the floor for the Yotes. Very small lineup right now for South Dakota. Bennion trying to play hero ball. Button settles for that corner three, in and out. And a pack of Tommies were there to pull down the board uncontested. It's probably about as small as the lineup as you'll see for the Yotes, especially with no Fens out there. Shot won't count. Off-ball foul.
We're going to get Dufault here saying he illegally screened to get Bjerke open. Dufault does not agree with the call, but players rarely do. We'll see as St. Thomas works the ball over. Dufault still moving into Bennion.
Boy, super rare as well. How often for South Dakota have Fens and Bruns not been on the floor? Both of them. Two guys that both had a career high on points in their win over Prairie View a couple weeks ago. Not on the floor. They're relying on some new names. Anderson for three. Hero again, the rebound.
I mean, it's going to be a challenge when you have to insert two players who have never worked with any teammates. You only have three guys who have played together. This is an interesting five here for the Yotes.
Yeah, and again, it was a shock to us. I mean, we found out about an hour before the game, so it is brand new. For to shoot for Janowski. He was behind the perimeter. Oh, board Hero and the lay-in. First points for Austin Hero at the buzzer. Came close off the heel. And St. Thomas dominates their way to a 53-31 lead at halftime. Isaiah Johnson-Arrigu, the birthday boy, rightfully so, with 17 points.
Yeah, on his birthday, he's playing so well getting these open shots. You saw the dunk there, more scoring down low, rim running. He's done everything, Brendan.
A lot of them have been the well-timed cuts and lay-ins. UST up big at halftime. Stay with us.
At Supply Chain Solutions, our employees are our true value.
In the heart of the ever-changing supply chain industry, we know it's our team that propels us forward.
As a proud partner of Tommy Athletics, we're excited to welcome St. Thomas students into our family.
At Supply Chain Solutions, we're more than just colleagues.
Working together and celebrating together is our recipe for excellence.
Join our team and discover a rewarding journey together.
Proud pass.
Here's Liam, scores! Liam fires, scores! Tommy's by 2, 35 seconds to go.
Bright future.
Lee and Penny Anderson Arena arrive.
The Tommies are now officially NCAA tournament eligible.
Visit TommySports.com today.
Twin Cities Orthopedics is ready to go with more doctors, specialty services, and convenient urgent care locations. Ready, set, TCO.
The steady rise of St. Thomas women's basketball reaches its culmination, and you can be front and center to see the stories unfold. They improve their win total every season of the first ever Division III to Division I transition, and now that transition is over, which means the national stage awaits the purple and gray. Can they get there? Get your tickets to watch their journey in the new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena at TommySports.com.
Great to have you back here at Anderson Arena on the campus of the University of St. Thomas. First half stats, and St. Thomas has dominated their way to a halftime lead, 53-31 over South Dakota. I'm Brendan King with Grant Bowman. I think really just how efficient the Tommies were was the highlight of that first half.
Yeah, finding good shots, open shooters from beyond the arc, and then that turnover margin so huge in the first half.
what would you say about, especially, we've talked about it a lot, the St. Thomas Stars have passed up on good shots to cap off solid assists. And Nolan Minnesali, a career-high 9 assists in the first half. He has already matched his career high with 5 steals as well. The team effort, it's not just the Stars getting it done for UST.
No, everyone making the impact. And you see Nolan Minnesali isn't just a scorer. He can do so much more than that, getting his teammates involved and everyone making an impact so far.
For South Dakota, of course, 11 turnovers. You see St. Thomas had 19 points off of those turnovers. St. Thomas, top 10 nationally in fewest turnovers per game. So South Dakota has not gotten a ton of opportunities to get back from that standpoint. But you take a look at the big number on the screen, down 22. What do you got to do to get back in the game?
You got to stop turning over the basketball when you don't need to. They've forced passes into the corner. They forced it to Fens down low a couple times. Just take your time offensively and find the right player.
Of course, we have talked about the short-handed Coyotes. They have struggled with injury all season, but at least what St. Thomas has done so far tonight, you can make an argument. Their most dominating half of the season so far. We're coming back with more halftime highlights coming up next.
Twin Cities Orthopedics is ready to go with more doctors, specialty services, and convenient urgent care locations. Ready, set, TCO.
The best transition period in college basketball history is over, and the St. Thomas men's basketball team is eligible for the NCAA tournament after an undefeated season at home, their second consecutive 20-win season, and their first conference championship game appearance. The future is bright, and the future is now. St. Thomas basketball in the brand new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena. Tickets at TommySports.com.
Wings, you're not just a customer, you're a literal owner, meaning profits are reinvested in you and your financial growth. You own your pride. Now own your money.
A new era in St. Thomas women's hockey arrives with the top 5 sweep to their name and their best ever stretch of Division I hockey under their belt. The Tommies look to build on the mountains of momentum they take into their first full year under new head coach Bethany Brosnan, and they do it in a brand new building. Watch the most competitive conference in all of college sports inside the new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena. Tickets available now at TommySports.com.
Halftime at Anderson Arena. That's Grant. I'm Brendan. St. Thomas up at half over South Dakota. Our first half highlights, and you talk about the highlights of this one. We mentioned the 17 points for Isaiah Johnson-Arrigu, but so many solid assists and passing plays to create those opportunities at the bucket for UST.
Yeah, finding shooters down low in the corners from beyond the arc. Every time St. Thomas has had a productive offensive possession, it's either come off of a turnover or off of an assist.
Talked with Johnny Tower yesterday and mentioned in the first half, wants his team to understand the process of turning down good shots to create great shots. And guys like Janowski and Minnesali, they can create space on their own. But when these role players like Bjorky and Johnson-Arrigu are the benefactors, that's when you see UST being able to put up 53.5.
Yeah, UST can do whatever they want when they have players like that scoring from all around the floor. We see how much presence defensively Janowski and Minnesali bring. That's going to leave players open, and they're capitalizing on those open people so far.
And give South Dakota credit. They shot the ball pretty well in the first half, including 6 of 12 from three-point land. They just could not stop the Tommies, who were 20 of 30 from the field and 5 of 11 from the perimeter. They also made all 8 of their free throws, which is also a highlight after they struggled from the line on Sunday. Summit League standings, it is early, but every game is an absolute battle. There are key games on the schedule, both on the road and at home for the Tommies and the Coyotes. Tommies will go on a 3-game road trip coming up after this. And then teams like North Dakota State are going to come to town here in St. Paul. Not going to be easy any ball game, but you look at the top, it is balanced in that top 4.
It absolutely is. And then there's those top 2, NDSU and UST, are traditionally ranked this year as the top of the Summit League. Both teams competitive and excited to see them play down the stretch.
I think you highlight Denver, who we just saw on Sunday. They were picked in the bottom 3rd in the conference. They came in here and put up 88 points on a very good St. Thomas defense. So I think that just goes to show you, you never know exactly what's going to happen until you get to conference play.
Anybody in this conference can beat any other team in this conference. Everyone's competitive, well coached, and well disciplined.
And it was North Dakota State that really beat down this South Dakota team on New Year's Eve, 84-61, even though the Coyotes were shorthanded and have struggled with injury. North Dakota State putting up 84 points. They've won both of their conference games. So has North Dakota, as you can see. But at least so far, it's the Tommies that have been on top of the Summit League standings in this one bid league. It is going to be a battle for March Madness and the NCAA tournament coming up here soon. We've got more halftime coming up next.
In a dog-eat-dog world, you've got to have an edge. For us,
that edge was the St. Thomas Schultz School of Entrepreneurship,
where we developed a revolutionary way to stop bleeding faster.
St. Thomas advisors convinced us to turn it into a business.
Right now, it's healing our 4-legged friends, and soon to be helping the 2-legged variety. I'm Mike.
And I'm Susie.
And we're Tommies.
At Supply Chain Solutions, our employees are our true value.
In the heart of the ever-changing supply chain industry, we know it's our team that propels us forward.
As a proud partner of Tommy Athletics, we're excited to welcome St. Thomas students into our family.
At Supply Chain Solutions, we're more than just colleagues.
Working together and celebrating together is our recipe for excellence.
Join our team and discover a rewarding journey together.
3, 2, 1, go.
This is Scout Mason. Alongside of me is Sophie Camilli, Division I Sports.
Ready, replay, effect, rolling.
Division I Opportunity. The lob to Parker Bjorklund. My goodness!
St. Thomas built. Student sustained.
There's never been a better time to be a Tommy. Tap into your potential with Tommy Athletic Productions.
Good to have you back with us at half. 53-31, your halftime score. St. Thomas leading South Dakota with Grant Bowman. I'm Brendan King. We'll be joined by Johnny Tower, the head coach at St. Thomas here momentarily. Big question, can St. Thomas replicate what they just did in the first 20 minutes?
It'll be tough, but if South Dakota keeps turning the ball over the way they did, St. Thomas will have the proper things they need to replicate that, just scoring in transition and then shooting the ball well.
Touched on it briefly before the timeout. South Dakota just a sniff getting back in this one. How does this half need to start for them?
I think you need to control the basketball and find open shooters. You're going to have to get the 3-ball involved if you want to work back from a 22-point deficit.
And we'll be joined by Johnny Tower coming up here briefly. Nolan Minasali in the first half, the 8 points, but a career-high 9 assists, along with 5 steals. 5 steals has matched a career best. And keep an eye out on the career high for points for Isaiah Johnson-Arrigu on his birthday, which does make sense. His career high previously was 21. He's got 17 and is approaching that as we go. Nick Janowski with 10 points in the first half. Janowski has got 8 consecutive games of double figures after his 31-point outburst on Sunday against Denver. Johnny Tower getting in position right now. Coach Tower joins us right now on Fox 9 and the Summit League Network. Coach, thanks for joining. You and I talked about yesterday turning good shots into great shots. 17 assists in that first half. How happy were you there?
Yeah, 17 assists on 20 made baskets, 3 turnovers, and each of those was kind of an anomaly in terms of a moving screen, a charge call, and an over and back. But I love the way the guys are sharing the ball. 17 assists, only 3 turnovers. Nolan Minnesali's got 9 assists, 0 turnovers on his own. And so just our guys' willingness to make the extra pass and play together. It's a fun brand of basketball. I certainly love watching it when they play like that.
Coach, you're forcing turnovers from the Yotes. What are you guys doing well to take the basketball away?
Well, I think we're trying to pressure them and not be reckless. I really like the way we pressured the ball for the majority of the half, with the exception of a bunch of catch and shoot threes, and they've got a number of guys that can really shoot from deep. And so if there's anything we got to clean up, it's the catch and shoot threes that they had 6 of them. But all in all, I think our ball pressure, our gap help, and just our overall defensive intensity has been really good. So we got to put 20 more minutes together, but pleased with the way the guys played that half.
Coach, thanks for the time.
All right, thank you. Roll Thompson.
Johnny Tower with us here at halftime with his thoughts. And again, hey, 17 assists on 20 made shots. That's elite territory.
Yeah, St. Thomas is shooting the ball really well. They've moved it, and these two guys have played outstanding this season, Brendan.
Our highlight players pregame, no surprise, Minnesali, Bruns 3 and 4 respectively in the country in total points. Bruns got off to a hot start. He had the first 5 points straight for South Dakota to lead off the game. St. Thomas did a good job of making life tough on Bruns. He did go to the free throw line a bunch, but paid the price physically, and we mentioned what Minnesali did in that first half. And I'll tell you, if Bruns is going to help get South Dakota back into this game, he's probably going to do it in his way, trying to get to the foul line. But boy, does he get beat up when he crashes the lane.
Yeah, he's taking hard hits from these Tommy defenders. You talked about it, earning these trips, not just these lazy fouls. He's getting to the basket and then working his way to the line.
Keep an eye out for Minnesali's career high on steals. He needs just one more takeaway to set a new career best. And again, he's already done that on assists. And we'll see if he can get back into double figures as well. All games for Minnesali this year, except for 1 out of the 16 he has played. He has been at double digits, one of just 6 players in college hoops at 20 a game with 4 assists per contest, and then a 2.0 assist to turnover ratio. Glad you're with us. Thanks for joining along here from St. Paul tonight. With Grant, I'm Brendan, along with our spectacular crew at Anderson Arena. Kind of a cool part of this matchup, both players have a brother, or both teams have a player that has a brother in the NBA. Austin Hero, his brother Tyler, made his return to the Heat last night, playing at Target Center against the Timberwolves. Had missed 11 games with a right toe problem, scored 17 points. And then South Dakota not playing tonight, Vince Buzelis. He's one of the injured players. His brother Montes, the 11th overall pick of the Bulls back in 2024. So pretty cool. Minnesali fades back, left it short, last touch Fens. Oh, I thought it last touch Fens, but it's going to be South Dakota ball.
Osterbahn really wants to review, telling Coach Tower here, and now I think they do get the challenge in.
Yeah, again, from up here, I thought that hit the big right hand of Fens. And we will have a challenge. So the old C goes up, and they'll look at it. And then we saw Chris Finch, the head coach of the Timberwolves, is here tonight.
Yeah, how cool is that? And it really shows how prominent this St. Thomas basketball program is becoming in the Twin Cities area.
We'll take a timeout for the challenge.
Wings, you're not just a customer, you're a literal owner, meaning profits are reinvested in you and your financial growth. You own your pride. Now own your money.
New journey.
Division 3 straight to Division 1.
New energy. Same standard.
The Tommies have climbed to the peak of the summit.
And your Pioneer Football League champions wear purple and gray.
No limits. Welcome to St. Thomas Athletics.
Don't
Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on a new GMC Sierra 1500. Mauer GMC. We are professional grade. See dealer for complete details. Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $4,000 off MSRP on a new GMC Acadia. Mauer GMC. We are professional grade. See dealer for complete details.
Football.
Out to the left, and he struts into the end zone. Touchdown.
Basketball.
Minnesota, the drive and the flush.
Bach made her last one, and she's on fire.
Hockey.
Casey Leyland scores.
Berger in the slot, they score!
No matter the sport, no matter the season, the official home of St. Thomas Athletics is Fox 9 Plus, your free ticket to local sports.
Well, during the break, the challenge set by Johnny Tower goes down as unsuccessful. They were looking if it hit Cameron Fens in his right hand last. Again, our look, it looks like it did, but I guess not conclusive evidence to overturn things.
Yeah, it must have not been convincing enough. Those replays I just saw, from my eye at least, it looked like Fens was the last one to touch it, but you could see it either way.
I think it's important, just like in baseball or football, the call on the field or the call on the floor has a lot to do with the outcome of what happens after a challenge.
Absolutely.
St. Thomas, though, gets the ball right back. It's Hero Osterbahn. And Osterbahn was also booked for the foul.
Osterbahn just got a little aggressive after missing that close shot, wanted the ball back right away.
Full court press from the Tommies. Into Fens first. The freshman Button hit a couple threes in the first half, was able to break it. And Bruns, he could pull up from anywhere. Missed that 15'2", tallest guy on the floor with the rebound and the putback, and that's what South Dakota needs desperately.
Fens was motivated to get that bucket inside, using his size to his advantage.
But now South Dakota needs stops, something they have not been able to get, and they continue to not. Austin Hero, and one.
The bounce pass feed to Hero creates that scoring chance. He gets it in his hands, goes up, and you'll see as he draws the foul, going to get the bucket.
Had a little bit of his brother Tyler on that finish. And Tyler Hero made his return in Minneapolis last night. Was injured with the Heat, 29 minutes, 17 points. Would imagine Austin and maybe a few teammates were there. We were on Tyler Hero watch tonight, seeing maybe if he would pull up, but you mentioned the Heat play Chicago tomorrow. Bruns from the corner, and that's pure for Isaac Bruns. 15 points for Bruns. It's his fourth straight game with multiple three-point makes. Minnesali against Bruns. Bjerke forces Fens to guard the perimeter. This has been the troublesome factor. Fens just too slow, and he can't guard the Bjerke drive.
We touched on that earlier. If Bjerke doesn't want to take the three, he's going to have the speed advantage over Fens. Works that one inside, getting the basket.
8 for Bjerke. St. Thomas resting comfortably, even though South Dakota has shot it well. South Dakota is shooting better from outside than St. Thomas is, statistically. Home run pass. Osterbahn got rid of it quick. Hero traveled.
I do believe Hero took a little bit of a walk right after catching that impressive tap from Osterbahn.
He's pleading his case. Fens on the pushback, jumping into the cylinder. Lost it, turnover. 13th turnover of the game for South Dakota, which is what they average per game.
Fens had it down low, tried to spin off Bjerke, and that ball just tapped from behind, but yeah, Fens had his hands on it last.
Johnson Arigu back after 17 in half number one, and let's see, is South Dakota challenging that? Seems like that may be. So a couple challenges here. The refs have been at the scorer's table a bunch here at the start of this second half. 58-36 your score with UST on top, and we've got another challenge.
Yeah, I thought this one was a little more conclusive than the last. You see Fens putting that left arm into Bjerke. It's tapped by Osterbahn. Maybe that second effort by Ben is what hit it out.
Referee crew, Kelly Pfeiffer, Mike Littlewood, Rob Kaneman. Second Summit League game for both of these squads. And it's an important road trip coming up for St. Thomas here after tonight. 3 games in 7 days, all on the road. Oral Roberts, North Dakota, North Dakota State.
A grueling schedule, especially going against teams from the Summit League. These are important games to win. It's going to be tough on the road.
Challenge will keep the ball with South Dakota.
Now, I think as Osterbahn continued to try to tap that ball out, that second effort is what pushed it over the line.
Fair enough. Coyotes need a heck of a run, though, just to get themselves back into the game. They've got time, but it must contain buckets and stops. They've just never gotten both at the same time. Bouncer to Anderson in the corner. That's a good start, plus the foul.
And Isaiah Johnson-Arrigu knows it. He did not argue that call. Helped him right up. Just getting too close to the shooter there. You see Johnson-Arrigu close out and get into that landing zone, landing right on top of the shooter.
First points of the night for Evan Anderson, the redshirt freshman. He has not shot the three much this year. 5 of 13 coming in. But again, when he has, he's been pretty good. Well, it makes it 18 after the 4-point play. What does St. Thomas have on the answer? They have answered nearly everything the Coyotes have thrown at them tonight. Minnesali, a rare turnover to his 9 assists. Crawford stepped back from the top of the key. Would have been huge. Rebound corralled by Fens. Inside, Fens missed the layup. Another O-board and another miss.
Fens playing much more aggressive in this half, just couldn't get the bucket to fall.
2 offensive rebounds, but 0 points for Fens.
Go ahead. That's the second time this half Heroes drawn a foul on Crawford. They'll head to the line again.
Made his only free throw earlier tonight. Free throw shooting has been perfect for St. Thomas. 10 of 10. And it was really the Tommies' free throw shooting on Sunday against Denver that kept it a close game.
Yeah, getting baskets from the free throw line while the clock is stopped is so important to winning basketball games. The Tommies have done it nice the last 2 games.
So first miss after 10 straight makes is pretty good. 19-point game. The 2 newest Coyotes both on the floor together. We've talked about Hudgens and Bennion. They're both on the floor. This is Kaiser, no good on the 3. Johnson-Arrigu able to pull in the board, and with speed, had it tipped by Bennion. Dufault back for the Tommies. Anderson for the Coyotes. And Fens will take a rest.
I liked Fens' increased ability down low. He was going into Bjerke a lot more than that first half. A productive stint for him.
Minnesali, the floater, the finish. Minnesali back to his usual work. Double digits. He's got 10. Came into tonight with 339 points on the season. Good for 3rd in the country. Over the holidays, he was the nation's leading scorer all throughout. 3-ball no good from Kaiser. The guy that's number 1 in the country now, Purdue Fort Wayne's Corey Hadnot II, is playing tonight. Kick for Johnson Arrigu. Spinorama, twirl, scores!
Johnson Arrigu's really showed his full bag tonight. That spin-off going off the glass, such an impressive basket.
And 19, he's too shy of his career high from matching it. Tip pass, Johnson Arrigu's got it. Next whistle is a media timeout. Johnson Arrigu just can't connect. That would have been 22, and he would have set that new career best. He's got plenty of time. It's Bruns on the drive, the pull up from short, and Bruns nails the two. 17 for Bruns. Right around his scoring average, just north of 20 a game. Second in the Summit League. To only this guy. And they go at it. Great pass. Coleman on the triple. Nolan Minnesali's got a double-double.
Good to see Coleman hit that shot. He went 0 for 2 from beyond the arc last time out. Gets a make this time.
10 points, 10 assists, 5 steals for Minnesali. The cut by Hudgens wound up going out of bounds. Under 16 timeout. Tommies continue to roll.
At Supply Chain Solutions, our employees are our true value.
In the heart of the ever-changing supply chain industry, we know it's our team that propels us forward.
As a proud partner of Tommy Athletics, we're excited to welcome St. Thomas students into our family.
At Supply Chain Solutions, we're more than just colleagues.
Working together and celebrating together is our recipe for excellence.
Join our team and discover a rewarding journey together.
The steady rise of St. Thomas women's basketball reaches its culmination, and you can be front and center to see the stories unfold. They improve their win total every season of the first ever Division III to Division I transition, and now that transition is over, which means the national stage awaits the purple and gray. Can they get there? Get your tickets to watch their journey in the new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena at TommySports.com.
Wings, you're not just a customer, you're a literal owner, meaning profits are reinvested in you and your financial growth. You own your pride. Now own your money.
Proud pass.
Here's Liam, scores! Liam fires, scores! Tommy's by 2, 35 seconds to go.
Bright future.
Lee and Penny Anderson Arena arrived.
The Tommies are now officially NCAA tournament eligible.
Visit TommySports.com today.
Bit of an unusual offensive night for South Dakota. They've made 8 threes. That's very good, but they've only made 6 two-pointers. They had this opportunity with their big man Fens. Couple offensive rebounds, but 0 points. More threes than twos. Again, they've shot it well from the perimeter. It's just inside. St. Thomas has not given up much.
Yeah, scoring from near the basket is so important to beating a team like St. Thomas. You can't just rely on tough, long threes. We thought Fens was going to have a bigger impact against the smaller Bjerke, but he just hasn't had that tonight.
Possession for South Dakota out of the under 16 timeout. Hudgens put back by Fens. Left hand slam jam. 8 points for the big man Fens. Johnson Arrigu fakes the 3, kicked it to the corner. It's Coleman, a little strong. Fens sets for Hudgens. They tried to give and go. Coyotes keep it. Bennion Tried to hit the glass. Fens crashing the board. It's a 3-on-1. Fens no good on the putback. That eventually became 5-on-1. Fens was the only person in the paint for South Dakota. Hudgens downhill. Drew contact. And Trent Hudgens will go to the free throw line. Return to college basketball for Trent Hudgens.
Hudgens has shown sparks in his first game back. You see as he drives in there, gets Osterbahn to reach in on the foul. Hudgens pulls up and will head to the free throw line.
Yeah, so technically in his 5th year, limited to just 10 games last season at Arizona Christian. Before that, was very good in 2023. 53 steals, 88 assists. Average just north of 13 a game. Again, started at Santa Clara, went to Northern Colorado. And now just finds his way back in college hoops in 2026. Keep the dream going. 20-point game, and has been pretty much this margin since midway through the first half. Bjerke draws the double. It's Hudgens that takes it away, and then Hudgens hits the deck after embracing the contact.
Yeah, I think they're going to pick up a foul on Dufault yet again. We've seen how he's been aggressive to these loose balls, which often has proved fruitful for the Tommies, but tonight just getting called a couple times for fouls.
4th team foul on the Tommies. Hero back for Dufault. Dufault with 3 fouls, Johnson Arrigu the same, and Osterbahn with 3. Osterbahn the only of that trio on the floor. Three ball for Kaiser. He drilled it and then also banked it in, plus the foul. That's the 2nd time the Coyotes have drawn contact on a made 3. 2nd possible 4-point play. Ethan Kaiser transferred in from South Alabama, missed all of last season. Played a season high 28 minutes in their Summit League opener against North Dakota State. And he's got the hair.
Yeah, Kaiser has shown all night that he'll take impressive 3-point attempts. That's only his 2nd make, with his 6th try at it. He's just chucked him up.
South Dakota trying to stay in it. In this 16-point game, Minnesali and Janowski double team. Coleman the open man. Hero for Coleman. 3-ball. Answer! Coleman with 8 on his 2nd made 3.
Coleman not affected at all by that closeout. Nice job by him.
And Hudgens lost it in the paint. Bjerke down to the floor. They call the tie-up. Possession arrow keeps it with South Dakota. Glad to see Bjerke's all right as well. That was a early game storyline. He was injured, had to go back to the locker room, returned shortly after.
Yeah, remember St. Thomas had to go small after that, but that's kind of where Isaiah Johnson Arrigu started to pick up his impressive night, so proved nice for him.
Tough make. Bruns. Boy, Isaac Bruns looks for contact. He loves it. Janowski against Kaiser. Janowski trying to create space. That'll take us into the under 12. Nick Janowski has got his free throws after the timeout.
Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new Chevrolet Silverado 1500s. Mauer Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. See dealer for complete details. Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, qualified buyers can lease a 2026 Equinox for only $399 a month. Mauer Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. First payment, tax, title, and license due at signing. See dealer for details.
The newest venue in the Twin Cities is off and running, but Lee and Penny Anderson Arena is not just home to Tommy basketball. From commencements to concerts to company outings, Lee and Penny could be home to your event. Find the intimate atmosphere of a club space or host hundreds to thousands in the main bowl. Dinners, galas, fundraisers, all come to life on the scenic St. Thomas campus. Call 651-962-7960 to learn more about the brand new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena.
At Supply Chain Solutions, our employees are our true value.
In the heart of the ever-changing supply chain industry, we know it's our team that propels us forward.
As a proud partner of Tommy Athletics, we're excited to welcome St. Thomas students into our family.
At Supply Chain Solutions, we're more than just colleagues.
Working together and celebrating together is our recipe for excellence.
Join our team and discover a rewarding journey together.
The steady rise of St. Thomas women's basketball reaches its culmination, and you can be front and center to see the stories unfold. They improve their win total every season of the first ever Division III to Division I transition, and now that transition is over, which means the national stage awaits the purple and gray. Can they get there? Get your tickets to watch their journey in the new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena at TommySports.com.
Well, a potential shakeup in the Summit League. St. Thomas projected to win the league, and then maybe some surprises early. Omaha, a struggle-filled start to conference play. North Dakota, as we saw in the standings at halftime, number 3. You know, Denver was picked bottom third of the league. They're suddenly in fourth. Remember, Denver will leave the conference at the end of this year. They're going to the West Coast Conference. So, shakeup in the standings as well, the teams as well, with the Pioneers leaving. But, of course, hey, this early, anybody's game.
Yeah, and it shows you how much projections actually matter. Those teams nowhere close to where they were expected to be. St. Thomas are living up to the preseason polls at the top.
Before the break, Nick Janowski. One-way ticket to the free throw line. He nails his first. 11 points for Janowski. Nick in that Denver game, 12 of 22 from the field with those career-high 31 points. Bennion to the crashing Bruns, missed the short layup. Tell you what, these newcomers for South Dakota, they're getting an opportunity to play, are they not?
Really heavy minutes. We had no idea how much we'd see them, but they're making an impact already.
Hand check foul, Bunton too close to Minnesali.
And I think both those new guys, Hudgens and Bennion, have done everything you've wanted if you're a Yotes fan. I mean, Bennion took that charge earlier. Hudgens has been on the floor a few times, showing good things.
Not sure what more you can ask for a couple guys that joined the program today. And Bennion takes his second offensive foul / charge of the game.
Bennion's feeling that contact, but making his teammates like him a little more. You see, fighting against Minnesali. Minnesali uses that arm to push him away as Bennion hits the floor.
He was terrific in both the NAIA at Lewis and Clark and as well Division II at Jamestown. Leading scorer at Lewis and Clark as well at Jamestown. Here's the new guy, Hutchins. Well, I'll tell you, you know, South Dakota, they may not win today. They may not come back, but if you're Eric Peterson, you literally brought two guys off the street to suit up for you, and they're playing well. Who knows what can happen the rest of the Summit League play. Purkey against the smaller Bruns, too easy, and it is that small lineup right now for South Dakota with Fens on the bench, so Purkey, he becomes the tallest guy on the floor.
That's not Bjerke's favorite thing, but he can do it. Scoring inside is something he has in his bag.
Kaiser, he's been pure on triples. Third three-point make for Kaiser, 10 points. One short of his career best. South Dakota's hanging in there. And there's still quite a bit of time remaining in the game. Now, St. Thomas, they've shot the ball so well. Like this, they haven't had to worry about the fact that South Dakota's 10 of 20 from deep. St. Thomas has answered every single haymaker.
Such a big make by Coleman. He's been phenomenal from right in that right side of the floor, making threes, and get St. Thomas up by 18.
Coleman's been outstanding. Hudgens lays it in. 6 points for Hudgens, all in the second half. Hero, nice pass, Minasali, and one. Minasali cut at the perfect time. Hero fed him the perfection pass. 12 for Minasali.
That's a hard drive to stop if you're Kaiser. He's going to pick up the foul as he tried to meet Minasali up top, but when a guy can get that high, it's hard to do something like that.
Minasali, 12 points, 11 assists, 5 steals, 3 boards, and he has made all of his free throws until that one. Bennion finds Hudgens. Can he hit the 3? Bricked it away. Johnson Arrigo the board. Johnson Arrigo with the 19 points. Dufault under the basket, trying to gain some room in the cylinder. He does, and he scores. Dufault, he had a play like that on Sunday as well against Denver. Boy, when he is under the basket, he can find space when virtually there is none. Crawford on the drive, was touched on his way there.
And back to Dufault's bucket. How often do you just see 3 guards under the basket? Dufault, Hudgens was down there, and Dufault wins that battle, getting the basket.
Coleman back for Minasali. Jordan Crawford, a junior from Charlotte. Started at Eastern Kentucky, was with them last year, averaged just about 8 a game. Started 15 games and played 30. And he has started every game this year for the Yotes. Timeout, South Dakota, after the couple free throw makes by Crawford. You know, the Coyotes, they've had no problem scoring the ball themselves. It's just been getting stops on the other end where, you know, St. Thomas, they've been as good as they've been all season offensively.
Feels like every time the Yotes go on a bit of a run, St. Thomas gets a big bucket. We just saw it from Jermaine Coleman, but St. Thomas doing an outstanding job to respond to South Dakota.
Again, South Dakota, 42% from the field. Probably would like some more interior makes, but the three-point shooting, 10 at 21, that's 47%. They're 11 at 12 from the free throw line. This is where they have ran into trouble. The fact that St. Thomas is shooting 67%, 30 of 45. It has just been efficient for UST, who now on the season, their season field goal percentage has creeped above 50% as a team.
Such an impressive margin to have. St. Thomas has done a good job selecting shots. You talked about how important that is to Coach Tower, and St. Thomas making the right decisions at the right time.
Johnny Tower in search of career win number 304 as a head coach. And again, it's the big road trip coming up. Oral Roberts, North Dakota State. Nolan Minasali, third in the nation in total points. Struggled on Sunday. Also may have been playing with an injury, but after going through practice yesterday and warm-up today, he was cleared to go, and he has returned to his usual self. Double-double, 12 points, 11 assists, and hey, there's still 9 and change left to go. Could we be on triple-double watch?
Yeah, Nolan Minasali has done everything St. Thomas has needed, whether that's passing the ball, stealing it, offensively scoring, everything for UST.
Hudgens knocked that out of bounds. Osterbahn around Johnson Arrigo. Found Janowski. He'll create some space. And the open three for Osterbahn. Rebound corralled by Bruns. Bruns pulls up from the elbow. In and out. Janowski able to inhale his third rebound. The creation of space, just so impressive. Just couldn't lay it in. Runs, circulates, picked up his dribble. And they hang around the perimeter with 8 to go. Hudgens, ISO ball. And he was bumped before he put the shot up. We will draw out and figure out the foul when we come back. We're at the under 8.
Twin Cities Orthopedics is ready to go with more doctors, specialty services, and convenient urgent care locations. Ready, set, TCO.
The best transition period in college basketball history is over, and the St. Thomas men's basketball team is eligible for the NCAA tournament after an undefeated season at home, their second consecutive 20-win season, and their first conference championship game appearance. The future is bright, and the future is now. St. Thomas basketball in the brand new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena. Tickets at TommySports.com.
Don't just get a nice ride, get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new Chevrolet Silverado 1500s. Mauer Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. See dealer for complete details. Don't just get a nice ride, get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, qualified buyers can lease a 2026 Equinox for only $399 a month. Mauer Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. First payment, tax, title, and license due at signing. See dealer for details.
I came to St. Thomas thinking I was a math major. Then a physics professor saw something different in me. I fell in love with stars. The research I did at St. Thomas led to a full ride to an Ivy League grad school, where I've helped discover 60 exoplanets. With over 100 billion stars in our galaxy alone, I sure have my work cut out for me. I'm Sarah Milholland, and I'm a Tommy.
Summit League play continues. South Dakota and St. Thomas tonight. The Coyotes have got to face that high-powered Denver attack coming up next on the 10th and hosting Kansas City before they hit the road. Coyotes picked right in the middle of the Summit League Conference during preseason. I've got some home cooking coming up opposite for St. Thomas, who, as we've talked about, massive road trip. 3 games, 7 days. Oral Roberts, North Dakota State before being back here on the 22nd against South Dakota State.
Yeah, tough trip for them before they can get back in the friendly confines of LPA. Be a big test for the Tommies.
With Grant Bowman, I'm Brendan King. Thanks to our crew. This is what led to Hudgens being at the free throw line here out of the timeout. Foul on Dufault. He's got 4. Limited minutes for Dufault due to that foul trouble. But again, St. Thomas, it has been, as a team tonight, as good as they have looked all season. Minnesali for 14 points. I would say this is probably as dominant that UST has been since that Weber State game in this building, where right off the bat, Weber State was put away very early.
Yeah, St. Thomas has dominated in so many factors of this game, not just scoring the basketball, but the turnover battle. We've talked about it. They've done phenomenal on many aspects.
Hudgens, in his return to college basketball, has got 10 points. Johnson Arrigu would have been a career high if that triple went. And celebrating his birthday today, contact, can't finish. He'll have a chance to match his career best at the charity stripe.
Austin Hero keeps that possession alive, then feeds here to Isaiah Johnson Arrigu, who's fouled going up, has a chance to get some at the free throw line.
73%.
Substitution for the Tommies, number 23, Nick Janowski.
Had a competitive start to this one. It was back and forth through the first minutes and really the rest of the first half. St. Thomas embarked on this big lead. They have kept it right around this area. 20, 15 in that range all second half.
I think if you're South Dakota, you're kicking yourself a little bit for those first half turnovers that hurt your offense, because this isn't that much of a blowout. South Dakota's right there.
It's good on the layup for Bruns. Yeah, I mean, 13 turnovers, 11 of them were in the first half. Yeah, think about, as you said, shooting yourself in the foot. South Dakota does not turn it over a ton. Again, they just really struggled in the first half due to the intensity. Johnson Arrigu, career high on your birthday. 23 points, a career best for the Maple Grove native. Happy birthday, Isaiah Johnson Arrigu. And he pulls in the rebound. Third board for Johnson Arrigu. Hero threw it away. That hit somebody's hammer on the baseline. Hopefully that still works.
I think Hero just wanted Bjerke down low there, but Bjerke started to work his way out to the corner, just not on the same level for that pass.
Johnson Arrigu, 9 of 12 from the field. Very impressive. Guy that won back-to-back state championships, Totino Grace High School. This guy's been spectacular. Hutchins with 12. Signed to the South Dakota roster today. Grad student from Phoenix. You know, if they get that play from Hutchins and Benny and the rest of the year, they're probably going to be all right. It was really just the injuries that hampered them the last couple weeks, and especially in that Summit League opener against North Dakota State. Minnesali able to twist. Bjerke blocked by Bruns. Fresh shot clock. Hero's got it. And Minnesali will reset with 5.5 to go.
What do you want?
12 assists, 14 points. And he wants to dish it. Foul will go on Bruns.
I'm sure Johnson Arrigu wanted that chance.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's truly playing with house money. Career high on your birthday?
I don't think there's much better feelings than this for Johnson Arrigu.
That's got to be elite. Bjerke, it's his first time at the free throw line today. Kaiser lets it go from deep. He's got a good shot from outside, Ethan Kaiser. There's not a lot of arc to it, but it's drained.
He really likes that straight-on shot.
Kaiser in the game has made 4 triples. Minnesali left it off the front of the iron. Bjerke also missed his shot.
Huge rebound for Bjerke as this leads down to 13. An amazing job keeping the possession alive, drawing a foul. Now head to the line.
Missed one a moment ago. Connor Bjerke, a member of the all preseason Summit League first team list with his teammate Minnesali, one of the veterans in this program. And you talk about storylines in this game, Grant. The big one early was the matchup at the 5. And that's what Johnny Tower mentioned yesterday. If, this ball game's probably going to be decided by one of 2 things. Tipping point of the game. Either Bjerke's going to have his way on the perimeter or Fens is going to dominate down low. It has been Bjerke most so, with Fens struggling to defend him for most of the game.
Yeah, we've seen Bjerke all season get those chances from beyond the arc, capitalize on them. He's a really tough player to scheme against.
Goes to show you don't need to be 7 foot to play the 5. Bjerke at 6'9" has handled his work just fine. Bennion had his heel on the sideline there. And as we approach the under 4, would imagine the bench is going to be let loose at some point here for Johnny Tower. But the starters want some more. Double team comes from Minnesali. Johnson Arrigu having a game. 25 points. Freeing himself up for a couple, Benion. It's the new guys that have impressed for South Dakota. Benion, Hudgens. Minnesali calls for it. Double comes after him. Had to pick up his dribble. Still found a way. 16 for Minnesali.
Minnesali is just so good at working around, using those long strides to get to the basket. Does it right there.
And again, we'll have to check it. Minnesali came in with 339 points. That was 8 behind the current leading scorer in the nation coming into today, Purdue-Fort Wayne's Corey Hadnot. There was one guy over Minnesali and Bruns. Again, Bruns is number 4. And that was Prairie View A&M's Terrion Joseph with 345. But again, Purdue-Fort Wayne, the only team that plays today that would be a threat to Minnesali and Bruns. Bruns has scored 21. The side swipe Euro step. This guy is pulling out all the tricks.
It almost feels like Bruns has had those points pretty quietly. He's at his average, but they haven't been big buckets. St. Thomas has responded right away, slowing him down.
Under 4 timeout, St. Thomas getting ready to put away a win here in St. Paul.
Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on a new GMC Sierra 1500. Mauer GMC. We are professional grade. See dealer for complete details. Don't just get a nice ride. Get a Mauer Nice Ride. This month's Mauer Nice, save up to $4,000 off MSRP on a new GMC Acadia. Mauer GMC. We are professional grade. See dealer for complete details.
3, 2, 1, go.
This is Scout Mason. Alongside of me is Sophie Camilli, Division I Sports.
Ready, replay, effect, roll it.
Division I Opportunity. The lob to Parker Bjorklund. My goodness!
St. Thomas built. Student sustained.
There's never been a better time to be a Tommy. Tap into your potential with Tommy Athletic Productions.
Twin Cities Orthopedics is ready to go with more doctors, specialty services, and convenient urgent care locations. Ready, set, TCO.
A new era in St. Thomas women's hockey arrives with the top 5 sweep to their name and their best ever stretch of Division I hockey under their belt. The Tommies look to build on the mountains of momentum they take into their first full year under new head coach Bethany Brosnan, and they do it in a brand new building. Watch the most competitive conference in all of college sports inside the new Lee and Penny Anderson Arena. Tickets available now at TommySports.com.
Pretty easy decision here with 2:35 to go. 93-74 St. Thomas. 3 key logic player of the game. Birthday boy, career high, 25 points for Isaiah Johnson Arrigu. Picked a great time to do it. He had 17 in the first half. And again, it's you talked about it, shot selection by St. Thomas. A lot of times tonight, it was the crash and the cut into the lane by Johnson Arrigu that resulted in a great shot.
And I think we saw a new look from him, picking and popping on some of these options to find open three-pointers. Johnson Arrigu's been impressive.
Crawford out of the timeout, scores it on a nice finish. Few starters still in there for UST. Dufault back in. He's got 4 fouls, but again, this big lead, no need to worry. Nine to shoot for UST. They wanted Johnson Arrigo. Back to South Dakota it goes. It'll be a little bit before the Tommies are back in this building, as we said, January the 22nd against South Dakota State. And now here comes some reinforcements. Hayden Tibbetts, his first minutes since he had a career high of 11 against North Central. First career start, you saw it, he played 32 minutes.
Yeah, Tibbetts was really impressive. I thought he played well defensively, and then working his way into this offense, someone who will have more years in the program, someone Coach Tower's going to go to down the line.
Yeah, just a redshirt sophomore. Anytime you can get a young guy 32 minutes, be it against a Division III team, he will take it. Hudgens, again, 15 points in his return to college hoops. Impressive.
Fairly impressive, especially because he was likely sitting on his couch right before this call. Now comes out here in this beautiful arena and playing like this.
I mean, it's not the same as Phillip Rivers coming out of retirement for the Colts, but boy, it's something close. This is a guy that played 4 years of college basketball and is now joining the Coyotes for a stretch run in Summit League play. $1:49 left. Now again, Hudgens and Bennion being inked today. They had a couple guys, well, they had one guy leave the program, and they've just been decimated with injuries. We mentioned Vince Buzelis, the freshman from Willowbrook, Illinois, who is the brother of Matis Buzelis, the Bulls' first-round pick from 2024. Vince Buzelis, who is not playing, played at the same high school as Ben Osterbahn did. Over in Hinsdale, Illinois, west side of Chicago. But hey, sometimes, in season, the nature of college hoops and college athletics today, you need reinforcements, and South Dakota obviously went out and found them, and they've got both of their new acquisitions playing well. Minnesali remains in the game with 90 seconds to go. He's too shy of a 20-piece. How about that? You get your own board, and you got 20 for the game.
They always used to say, follow your shot. He did it there.
And here he comes for some more. 22, along with 12 assists. Bruns answers. He'll go to the foul line. Hey, I'll tell you what, this is the third and fourth leading scorers in college basketball kind of going at it here for who's going to be in third place by the end of the night.
Two really impressive possessions back-to-back. You just saw the dunk by Minnesali. Bruns works his way to the line. Two impressive talents in the Summit League.
So Bruns came in with 328. Minnesali with 339. And again, it's Bruns after the free throw with 24. Minnesali's got 22, so Minnesali will stay ahead for now. This is a fun battle, and they'll see each other again in Vermillion a little bit later. And now the bench really empties for UST. Tim Frank's in there. So is Tommy Humphreys. And nobody wants to shoot it for St. Thomas. Now they've got to shoot it at some point. But hey, you respect it. They are a triple shy of 100. Tibbetts will have a chance to get closer to the foul line. Next time these two will see each other, the 24th of January. That'll be a day game in Vermillion, 1 o'clock. Bennion back in. Caleb Kaiser will come in for his first minutes. Caleb Kaiser, the older brother of Ethan, both transferred in from South Alabama. Now, a little surprised Caleb Kaiser has not gotten more of a run tonight. He had played a career high on minutes in each of their last 2 games, but checks in the last minute. And let's see, who we missing? Jack Tower is also in. And Adam Tower. The Tower brothers are both in there.
This is Tibbetts' drive in. You see Crawford just goes a little too hard picking up the foul.
Hey, check out the shoes on Tommy Humphreys.
Oh.
Those are sparkly. Those are like what you wear to New Year's Eve.
Festive.
Yeah. Kaiser, the older Kaiser, scores it. UST, one shy of the century mark. It's Franks taken away by Kaiser. And they may be stuck at 99. We'll see. Only starter remaining in the game is Button in the right corner, and he's a freshman, so they're trying to get as much run for him as they can. Hudgens will try and add on to his return to college hoops. He's got 15 points, looking for some more.
I think all you hope for from Hudgens and Benyon was to not look completely lost in this offense and the defensive sets, and they've both, especially Hudgens, gone above and beyond that. You see he's at the free throw line now, already 15 on the night.
16. By the way, just for notes, Jordan Crawford fouled out of the game. Only player that fouled out today. Shot clock will be off. And would imagine USC will just let it be, and they'll settle for the Wayne Gretzky mark. 99's good enough. And the Tommies improved to 13-4. They've won both of their Summit League games. And that first half, Grant Bowman, pure domination from the Tommies, arguably the best they've had all season.
Yeah, definitely set the tone for the Tommies. Those turnovers we talked about it. Isaiah Johnson-Arrigo really breaking through, and St. Thomas took a hold of the game.
Isaiah Johnson-Arrigo with the birthday career high 25 points, 10 of 13 shooting. In your mind, how can he continue to build on this? Because progressively he's gotten more minutes as the season has gone.
Yeah, he was super efficient today. I think the more confident he can get from beyond the arc. We saw those pick and pops today, and then still getting inside, doing his brand of basketball.
Nolan Menesali also back on track with the 22 points, 12 assists, 6 steals, and 4 rebounds against St. Thomas. Hits the road. They've got the key 3-game road trip, Oral Roberts, North Dakota, and North Dakota State. South Dakota back at home in Vermillion to take on Denver on the 10th. Your last thoughts on this one, Grant?
Good win for the Tommies. I mean, you get close to 100, move the ball well, everything you want to see.
Big thanks to Grant Bowman and our spectacular Fox 9 and Summit League Network crew. This is Brendan King saying so long from a 99-86 victory for St. Thomas. Tommies improved to 13-4. 2-0 in the Summit League. South Dakota will fall to 8-9, 0-2 so far in Summit. So long from St. Paul.